You want to read those or do you want me to go? Okay.
Resolution 2024-7, resolution amending the fiscal year 2024 Park County budget. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners for County Wyoming hearing on Tuesday, July 16th, 2024 to make amendments to the current budget. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners that for fiscal year budget is hereby amended and shall incorporate the following changes. Increasing expenditure items. Increase Park County attorney by $127,519.34. Increase road and bridge by $797,823.51. Increase health officer by $351.40. Increase public health and by $1,632.70. Increase public health HEP by $1,230.6. Increase E911 by $4,056.6. Total expenditure increase of $930,000.
Questions, thoughts from board members?
Move to approve, Madam Chair. Second.
A motion and a second to approve amending the fiscal year 23-24 budget as stated. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. We will move into the 24-25 budget. A couple things. We held a public hearing last night and did have some conversations. And reviewed some things with the law enforcement department after those conversations last night. And we had attempted last night to look at adding dash cams and body cams for law enforcement. And that total was fairly significant, about $355,000. Knowing full well where our citizenry is going and the protection we want for both the officers and the citizens. But in visiting with the sheriff's department afterward, I had also missed a conversation somewhere in there that we were doing with salaries and benefits for our patrol and detention officers. And so we needed to address that. So I had a discussion with the sheriff this morning and with Steve as to how to do that. I don't think the commissioners are inclined to increase the budget over what we were already looking at the budget total being. So we are looking at probably moving the dash cams back down to just the body cams, which will be 127,000 versus the 355. And doing the sheriff's salary changes that they requested, which have to do with adding $2 an hour to each of our detention and patrol officers who have been fairly grossly underpaid for a lot of years for the work that they do and the time that they put in. So in doing so, that will adjust within the budget, but will not change. Basically, the bottom line may go down a little bit versus going up. Okay. So those are the other changes. Was there anything else that we came up with? There was one other $1,500 change in the grant from Homeland Security that can be incorporated in. Homeland Security is going to send us $1,500 less this year to supplement the salary on our Homeland Security officer. But that's just how the state operates at times. They just let us know that. I got the mail last night. So anything else that the commissioners want to bring up as far as any changes or thoughts or concerns?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to highlight that the budget is not increasing. It's decreasing.
Well, I think the other thing to comment on is that we did carry over $4 million from last year that we did not spend. And that is going in. The budget total does look higher than last year, but 6 to 7 million of that is grant money that's coming in, the library for Powell and things like that, and all those numbers have to be incorporated. But there is income to offset them all through the grants. We did put in 750,000 for HVAC system at the law enforcement center, like we haven't done enough HVAC systems lately. That one's starting to fail, so we're gonna. So that is part of the budget also. But I think we're pretty good. Anything else? Okay. I have a motion to approve the budget. Oh, public, it is public. Is there any public that would like to make any additional comments? And as with last night, if you would like to come up and use the mic, please. Mr. Carlson. Thank you.
See, Madam Chairman, I believe that's correct.
That's
protocol.
fine. Thank you.
Gary Carlson, and wanted to make a comment in regards to the Constitution. The quote from James Madison in the Congressional Record of 1792, Madison being the man that wrote almost all of the Constitution for the federal government, is quote, "Charity is no part of the legislative duty of the government." And on behalf of the sheriff's office and proper expenditures based on the Constitution, we contacted Mr. Kleshens last night in regard to his budget, and he's down for 15,000 this year from the county commissioner. And I propose that money be utilized for the sheriff's office to buy their cameras, and that is an unconstitutional expenditure and should be spent according to proper protocol of our Constitution. The Wyoming Constitution, Article 1, Section 37 says, "The Constitution of the United States is the supreme law of the land. State of Wyoming is an inseparable part of the federal union, and the Constitution of the United States is the supreme law of the land." That's what it states word for word. And the oath we all take is Article 4, Section 4 of the federal Constitution, which states the United States is guaranteed to every state in the union a Republican form of government. So anyway, that's my proposal on how to resolve that. Forward Cody is a private corporation. If you have to subsidize one, you got to subsidize them all. So that's the way the Constitution is supposed to operate.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Any other public that would like to speak on the budget? Anyone else that would like to speak regarding the 24-25 budget for Park County?
Madam Chair, I move we close the public hearing. Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Public hearing is closed. A motion on the budget, I guess. How did you, how did you want that reference, Steve, when we know that that bottom line is going to go down just a hair? How do you want us to approve the budget with the adjustments discussed this morning? Those.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve the 24-25 budget as presented, incorporating the changes discussed earlier.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the 24-25 budget as presented, incorporating the changes stated earlier. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I'd be able to budget for the income statement that we will be present 2024-38. Expenditure resolution at the end of the budget. That one.
Thank you. With that, we will go into the next item on our agenda, which will be, Jenny Kramer, our county planning and zoning, Mendoza subdivision preliminary plat.
Thanks.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Mike.
We've got him all kind of.
We kind of threw him a few.
I left mine, I'll just use his.
It's not
Change
his.
all kinds of.
It's IT. It's login.
Oh, show me how to log in. I can log in, maybe.
Yeah, just change user and you can log it. in.
Wow. How about that?
Thank you.
Fancy.
We'll give Commissioner Livingston just a second.
Okay.
What? I know. Well, they moved it up because of the cords. You can back it up if you'd like to.
What, are we too close? Are we scary?
No, I'm not afraid. I'm not scared.
You should be.
Oh, now you tell her.
Oh, it's good to know. Yeah, yeah. No, it's good. A good feeling, you know what, yeah. Right, yeah.
He's
getting there.
getting there.
You're good. Go ahead.
So, yes, if you would like to go ahead and get started.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
This is the Mendoza subdivision preliminary plat review, and you've all received a copy of the staff report and supporting documents. So I'm going to summarize the staff findings for you as best as I can. This is kind of a long one. Lorenzo Mendoza, on behalf of LM Construction, submitted his preliminary plat for review, requesting approval of a 2-lot subdivision consisting of one 2.55 acre lot and one 1.5 acre lot, each for residential use. It's classified as a major subdivision and located approximately 1.5 miles northwest of Powell, west of Road 11 on the north side of Barrows Road at the end. It is currently unaddressed. Public notice requirements have been met and relevant agencies were notified as required. Stating the following, Park County Public Works initially reported that Barrows Road is a road that has been dedicated to the use of the general public. It is not a county road and does not receive maintenance by the county. Public Works does not have any concern regarding legal access. There are currently 15 or 17, depending on interpretation, lots that could potentially front or utilize Barrows Road at this time. And as a result, the road should be improved and paved to Park County Road and Bridge standards. He also mentioned that the applicant can submit a request for administrative relief. And the applicant did request administrative relief from the design and construction standards for the existing part of Barrows Road per Chapter 5, Section 7A of the Park County 2015 Standards and Regulations, which read the practical difficulties arising from the application of these regulations are significant or create exceptional difficulties and undue hardship upon an applicant. The applicant stated that Barrows Road has a history of administrative relief and allowances for not having the road meet road and bridge standards dating back to 1969 and feels it is unreasonable to bear the cost of substantial upgrades to the road after others have been allowed to develop and benefit without meeting the standards. The Park County engineer stated the following in response, and I'll just hit the high points of that. Barrows Road measures roughly 0.6 miles. 60-foot wide dedicated public access right-of-way was established in previous subdivision being the Western Hills original and second filing and Sullivan minor subdivision 14. Two existing shared road improvement and or maintenance agreements exist. However, neither the county nor the developer of the proposed subdivision can force landowners outside the proposed subdivision to participate in a new or modified maintenance agreements for the road. The existing road is in poor condition and does not meet the current county road standards for a residential road classification. The typical breakover point for required paving of a road is 10 lots. This was reached with the second filing of Western Hills subdivision and was not required at that time, nor when 5 more lots in the Sullivan MS 14 were created. The road alignment for the west plus or minus 600 feet of road does not follow the platted right of way. And the cul-de-sac at the west end of the road is not constructed within that platted right of way. Both the road and the cul-de-sac are primarily oriented on Mendoza's property on that end. In addition, a residential home owned by Tyler Hansen, constructed in 2014 or thereabouts, is partially situated within the platted right of way, along with an NRWD meter pit and at least one irrigation structure, which further complicates the status of the roadway. The estimated cost to pave the road is easily in excess of $600,000. Another consideration is the cost and hardship to maintain a paved road in the long term. During inclement weather, emergency vehicles being able to access the residents that live on the road in a timely manner is also a concern. The road could be improved along the existing physical alignment. However, it is recommended that easements or some similar legal recorded instrument be granted to the public for the roadway by the landowners to coincide with the current physical alignment. Technically, in the current alignment, one could potentially be accused of trespassing on private property. This should be corrected at least legally, if not physically. Administrative relief is thereby granted, and the following deviations from the standard are approved. Since moving the encroaching infrastructure is likely impractical, especially the house, it is recommended that the existing landowners on the west end of the road, Hanson's and Mendoza's, work together to correct the legality of the alignment. It is understood that the applicant is willing to work with the Hansons to address this matter and has expressed a willingness to grant an additional 20 foot of public road easement, creating 80 feet total, so that the road and existing infrastructure would not have to be relocated. If when the road is improved, is supported financially by the majority of landowners, the Hansons and the Mendozas shall work together to either move the cul-de-sac to the platted location or grant public easements as needed for a new and improved cul-de-sac. A paved road surface will not be required at this time. So that is, in a nutshell, Brian's public or administrative relief. Moving on to the other agency notices, Park County Fire District 1 stated they can provide fire protection, provided accesses are constructed to accommodate fire equipment. School District number 1 can provide transportation to and from school at the intersection of Road 11 and Barrows Road. TCT likely has the availability and capacity to serve. NRWD has an existing service to proposed lot 2. However, they do not currently have capacity to serve proposed lot 1 at this time. MDU has the capacity to serve the subdivision from an existing 2-inch natural gas main line located in the right of way of Barrows Road. DEQ summarized notifications, permits, and certificates required for various activities. Property taxes are paid. Game and Fish has no terrestrial wildlife comments. Park County Weed and Pest found noxious weeds in an initial inspection, and a long-term noxious weed management plan is required. Garland Light and Power confirmed power is adjacent to each lot. The Conservation District provided a soils report evidencing soil types that are somewhat limited to very limited for septic tank absorption fields, dwellings, and small commercial buildings due to shrink swell, flooding, slow water movement, and depth to saturated zone. USPS will be able to provide mail service. Shoshone Irrigation District has not provided comment. We have received some public comments. One neighboring landowner expressed concern in writing and in person at the April 10th, May 8th, and June 12th public hearings over the poor condition of Barrows Road and lack of shared maintenance responsibility and also high groundwater from the Franny Canal during irrigation season. Also, the road was not built within the platted right of way, and a cul-de-sac is not reasonable to place in its platted position due to topography. He requests the existing bus turnaround that was placed on the proposed subdivision remain. However, at the June 12th public hearing, he indicated that he and his son on an adjacent lot can use an alternate access, and they do not require use of Barrows Road. He stated the other lot owners are very upset because they feel they have had the burden of maintaining the road, bringing utilities to the end of the road, and no one has shared in the cost or responsibility. The general consensus is the road was in good condition before the addition of Sullivan subdivision, and the developer was not required to repair or pave Barrows Road at that time. Two lot owners from Western Hill subdivision expressed concern at the April 10th public hearing over their buried irrigation infrastructure that crosses the proposed subdivision. They're willing to have it surveyed and request an easement for it. They're also concerned about a concrete irrigation box that was recently placed in the middle of Barrows Road as platted. The road was recently surveyed for this proposed subdivision. The survey revealed the irrigation box and the house were built within the platted right of way. At the April 10th public hearing, the developer of Sullivan Minor Subdivision stated he put a school bus turnaround in on his land, now the Mendoza property, when asked by Tyler Hansen. In his experience, the Sullivan lots did not have high groundwater, and he has drilled a well on top of the hill north of the proposed subdivision to 300 feet, and he had water at 260 feet. A homeowners association addressing lot 1 and lot 2 landowner responsibility for maintenance of Barrows Road will be required as part of the subdivision. The applicant was granted a variance by the board from the wastewater and domestic water requirements for major subdivisions on April 2nd. A condition of the variance approval is the subdivision must follow the standard wastewater and domestic water review guidelines for simple and minor subdivisions. And they have submitted a subsurface evaluation. In accordance with that, the soil perk rate was 27 minutes per inch, and groundwater was not discovered in the 9-foot excavation cut. However, the evaluation was conducted on April 4th, prior to irrigation. Because the groundwater exploration cuts were conducted during the off-season for irrigation, and the subdivision may have limiting soil features with regard to septic absorption fields, it is recommended the applicant be required to place a note on the final plat that engineered systems may be required due to high groundwater or limiting soil features. Regarding domestic water, the subdivision is within 400 feet of NRWD district lines. However, they do not have capacity to serve both lots at this time. Since domestic water to lot 1 is proposed by an existing individual on-site well, results from a well water sample within half a mile are required. However, a sample has not been submitted to the planning and zoning, or results have not been submitted to the planning and zoning office. If water sample results from within half a mile of the proposed subdivision are not made available, then a note regarding cisterns will be required on the final plat. There will not be a reduction in land available for ag use upon development of the proposed lots. The Franny Canal runs within the west boundary of the proposed subdivision, and other irrigation infrastructure serving Western Hills subdivision exists on the property. Review by Shoshone Irrigation District will be required. There are no water rights on the property. No stream or river passes through the subdivision. The applicant has met lot design standards, and additional design and improvement standards that apply to the subdivision must be met prior to final plat approval. An approved subdivision improvements agreement, if required for fencing, road improvements, or utilities, is required prior to final plat review. And the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of the preliminary plat on June 12th, citing the lack of adequate access due to the absence of shared road maintenance and the deteriorating condition of the road, and to the need for an amended plat of Western Hills subdivision to remedy the road alignment issue. Staff recommends at a minimum that the road alignment issue be addressed by an amended plat prior to final approval of the subdivision. However, if the board chooses to approve the preliminary plat of Mendoza subdivision at this time, the following conditions of approval are recommended. I'll go ahead and read those. Number 1, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Number 2, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit a water analysis as prescribed for on-site wells for simple and minor subdivisions to the Planning and Zoning Department, or place the following note on the final plat. No water analysis was conducted and the availability and quality of potable water is unknown. Cisterns may be required. Number 3, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Saturated soils and limiting soil characteristics may be present and engineered systems may be required. Number 4, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit comments from the Shoshone Irrigation District regarding their easement requirements. Number 5, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide evidence of 1, an existing legal perimeter fence is prescribed by Wyoming Statute 11-28-102. 2, written consent from all adjacent landowners, a perimeter fence is not necessary. Or 3, plans to construct a perimeter fence is required by statute and in accordance with Wyoming Statute 18-5-306, A13. Number 6, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement addressing all applicable required improvements. For example, fencing, road improvements, etc., for review by staff and approval of the county attorney and the board. Prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit an HOA or road maintenance agreement to address Lot 1 and Lot 2 maintenance responsibility of Barrows Road to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 8, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Each owner is required to participate in any existing or future road maintenance association of Barrows Road. Number 9, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. A portion of the site is subject to possible flooding during high precipitation events and in the event of a breach in the Franny Canal. And number 10, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards of the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18-5-306. Do you have any questions?
Thank
for
you.
me?
Okay. Any questions at this time from the board? This is a public hearing. So I would ask that anyone that has comments on this request, go ahead and come forward, and I'll need you to use the microphone and state your name for the record, please.
Madam Chair, Cody Schatz with Engineering Associates, representative of the applicant, and the family of the applicant is also here. A few clarifications, and I'll try not to repeat what Jenny talked about, but clarifications on this is for the perk test. Yes, we did the perk test in April. And then after we did the perk test, we went back out and once the water was in the Franny Canal and checked the height of the Franny Canal compared to where the perk test was at. And the perk test still, there was a 10-foot difference between the ground level of where the septic field would be at compared to where the Franny Canal high water is. So we feel like the groundwater won't impact that type of system, but we are still willing to put on that condition on the plat just in case if they go somewhere different on the property. The 2 landowners that were concerned about the irrigation box in Barrows Road, it's the 17F Water Association, a Mr. Cooley and a Mr. Reitz. We worked with them. We've now surveyed that irrigation line that goes from the Franny Canal through this subdivision over to that irrigation box. And when we talked with them, it was going to run them about $30,000 to move that irrigation box out of the right of way and pipe it. We've now worked with the landowner and the subdivision, the landowner of the subdivision worked with them, got an easement signed, and it's been filed. So that situation's been handled. The subdivision did give an easement to get that irrigation taken care of through the subdivision part of it. So that issue's been solved. Talking with Trent Reed at Shoshone Irrigation District, I have went and visited him. I've emailed him 3 times. We've talked about easements along Franny Canal. He just hasn't responded back from that on a written email on it. Looking at when this property was formed as a family exemption, the canal had 60-foot right of way and then another 15-foot on the east side in those documents. And the same thing happened on Western Hills filing number 2 down below it. So we just followed suit with that, and I showed Trent how we were gonna do that. His biggest concern was to make sure he could turn a vehicle around as he goes down Barrows Road. Talking about the road itself is the biggest issue, it sounds like, on this, and that was the reason for the denial at the planning and zoning meeting. For the road, I just want you to understand that this property right now is not in a subdivision. It is not in Western Hills. It is not in Western Hills second filing, and it is not in the Sullivan subdivision. It is off to the side from all those subdivisions. It is not in a subdivision. So right now, there is nothing binding it to the road besides there is documents that bind Western Hills, and if I may, I'll read the roadway maintenance agreement for Western Hills, if that's acceptable to the board. This is in book 160, page 469. It includes lots 1 and lot 6 of Western Hills subdivision, which is the first 2 lots on the south side of Barrows Road, west of Road 11. And it says, and this also includes lots 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 of Western Hills subdivision number 2. That includes all the rest of the lots on the south side of Barrows Road subdivision, or Barrows Road. This document says that that are adjacent to Barrows Road, and owners and occupants of said lots are the primary users of Barrows Road for ingress and egress, and the parties agree that the owner of each lot should be responsible for 1/9 of the maintenance of Barrows Road. And each of the undersigned do promise and agree that they shall pay their respective share on the number of lots they own for the above described property to maintain Barrows Road in a good passable condition and determined by the majority of the said lot owners. From time to time, the lot owner shall meet to determine the repairs and maintenance are necessary for Barrows Road, and the decision of the majority shall be binding upon the others and will sufficiently to authorize the necessary repair and maintenance of work to be done. Within 15 days after completion of these repairs and maintenance, each lot owner will remit his respective share of payment for the costs and expenses of said work. If any lot owner fails to timely pay, the others are forced to bring legal proceedings to collect that said amount, and the default owners shall agree to pay all costs and expenses for collecting, including attorney fees. And this document has a timeline of 50 years, and it was signed in August of 1988. So it'll expire in the year 2038. So that was the document for the southern properties. There's also a document for the Sullivan Minor Subdivision 14, which they are just to the east of the property we're talking about, and there's 5 lots there. And in their document, that was document 2014-2 filed at the courthouse, it says that all landowners within the Sullivan Minor Subdivision shall be proponents for and participate in maintenance of Barrows Road in equal parts to the residents of Western Hills Subdivision. This covenant is no way intended to impose full road maintenance responsibilities upon Sullivan Minor Subdivision lot owners, and the maximum commitment, either monetary or in-kind work, shall be 50% of any mutual agreed roadway maintenance. So there are 2 maintenance agreements out there. But with all of those roadway maintenance agreements, they should be maintaining this road since the beginning, and there has been very little. I mean, I've heard of one landowner say he put a little gravel on it. So where we're at today is my client is not part of any of those agreements, but he said he'd be willing to, if he got approved as a subdivision, to be now, instead of, he'd have 2 lots in there, he would be 1/6 of the maintenance of maintaining that road. We did meet out there with the landowners to the south after I surveyed it and showed that the irrigation structure in the house was in the right of way. It was kind of an intense meeting, but we did meet out there. And what we worked on was that we'd be willing, my client be willing to grant an easement where the existing road is to continue that road there, but he didn't want to have to pay for the cul-de-sac construction. And that cul-de-sac construction is going to cost $5,000 to $7,000 to kind of build it. Some will be on a hillside, but to build it in that extra 20-foot easement for the 80-foot total at the end there. And like I said, my client would still be willing to be maintaining be part of the maintenance of, because Barrows Road does need to be worked on. It has not been maintained very well, so. The other options are if this subdivision is denied, my client can build along his property, and I marked out the property, and when I met out there with the landowners to the south, they had already removed all my markings and paint that I put out there to show the line, so they knew that there was an issue, and all I got was the kids played with it, and I had to maintain the road, is what I got from the landowners there. But we are trying to work with them, but it doesn't sound like they want to work back. They've talked with other landowners along the road, but my understanding from some of the other landowners is that they just said, you need to come and pay for this road. And to maintain the whole road is around $50,000 of pit run and road base to get it up to county standards. So we provided those documents to show them that if they would pay for the end of the road, that, you know, they would take care of it. If what the county really wants is an amended plat, my client would be willing to sell a chunk of that land basically to the landowners to the south, but it's going to be very expensive. It'll be probably cheaper than moving his house, but it will be very expensive. So, other items that I want to talk about is, and Jenny reported that the Hansons, which they'll be coming up here shortly, is that they said they can access down a different road. Well, they're accessing down a county road or a canal road. And as you know, if you access more than 3 lots, it has to meet the county standards, which that won't. So I think that was the items that I wanted to address from those notes, but I'd be willing to happy to answer any questions that you guys may.
Anyone else that would like to speak to this issue? County engineer?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Brian Edwards, County Engineer. I just had a couple things. I think in our response for the request for administrative relief dated May 2nd of this year, Jenny did a good job of summarizing the basis for the decision I made. And keep in mind, there's a procedural process for granting administrative relief, which the applicant went through the process, paid his consultant to prepare that request for administrative relief. We thoroughly reviewed it. I've got many pages here, and spent a lot of time looking at it, and so that administrative relief was granted. And to my knowledge, again, the stated May 2nd, notices of the response to administrative relief or the decision were sent to all the adjacent landowners. Hopefully they all received them. But to my knowledge, there was not any appeals to my decision. And obviously, anything I make, my job is to administer the road and bridge standards as an extension of you as the Board of County Commissioners. I feel like we have done that. This to me looks like a situation where the bucket can has been kicked, but there's 8 addresses out there now. This is not that long of a road. If everybody would pitch in and do their part, should not be that big of a deal. But put this on one landowner seems way out of line. The other thing that I want to throw out is a lot of any remaining development that could be done. That parent parcel, I believe, is still owned by Sullivan's, who put in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lots back in 2012, which that was when something probably should have been done at the road at that time, because it's easier to share those costs into 5 lots. But any remaining subdivisions would likely be that parent parcel, which is still owned by the Sullivans. So sooner or later, I think they should be a party to road improvements. The other thing that I'll kind of throw out is in my response, I mentioned the cul-de-sac and the need for that as far as discussions with public school buses. I was incorrect about that. In error, the school buses by state statute, public school buses are not allowed to go down a road that's not maintained by the county. So, and that's consistent with what Jenny received in a response from the school district, that they would provide pickup at the start of Barrows Road, but wouldn't go down Barrows Road. Other than that, I think everything's self-explanatory. Like I've said before, I feel like this is an opportunity It may not get it fixed all the way, but it's at least an opportunity if Mendoza's willing to grant an easement, which is my understanding that they would, to render the physical roadway in with the easement. The other thing, I know there's been discussion about the need for a amended plat. And I think it's important to be sure we're clear that the 2012 Sullivan subdivision, as Cody mentioned, these two exempt parcels were not even discussed. They were part of a paired parcel. In 2014, I don't even think it's called a subdivision plat, but it was to me, almost like a record of survey that those two exempt parcels were created. And so correcting that may be a lot simpler but as far as correcting all the other plats, which would be the Western Hills, the Sullivan, I don't know that they could do that, but I think some sort of amending that exempt parcel might be a realistic thing because it would just deal with the end of the road. But anyway, and I'm not an expert on that, but that's just a discussion. I just wanted to point out that 2014 wasn't a subdivision. It was I don't know what you call it. It's a much smarter than me, but it's basically documentation of creating two exempt parcels. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, if you want to come forward, please. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you for letting me come here and speak. My name's Don Hanson. I've been to all the meetings here for this subdivision here. And I'm just gonna kind of read from my notes here, through all these meetings and stuff here. Let's lay some ground thing of 1979 when Western Hills subdivision was developed. Filing number 1 and number 2. None of these other subdivisions were even thought of. So for 45 years, Western Hills subdivision has been using this road. And we've maintained it for 45 years. Now, when Sullivan subdivision got put in, it literally destroyed the road. Literally destroyed it. You can ask the other two gentlemen. I hope they're going to come up and speak. So these are some of the notes that I come up with. When the Barrows Road was platted and developed at the time and was forced to complete, road was intended to locate. Let me start over. When Barrows Road was platted, the developer at that time did not and was not forced to complete the road as intended location. That's mistake number 1 and number 2. And I don't know how that got done, but that's long past. I'm not going to point any fingers here. When Sullivan subdivision developed, the developer at that time was not forced to improve or possibly pave Barrows Road as per your rules. No administrative relief was applied for or granted at that time that I have found yet. Yet all the heavy construction have destroyed the lower section of the road. Mendoza subdivision is the only lot that is not tied to the maintenance agreement of Barrows Road, as Cody said there at that time. The land east of Sullivan subdivision owned by Mr. Sullivan is not tied to any maintenance agreement for Barrows Road also. And Sullivan subdivision developed, all property should have been included in some maintenance agreement on Barrows Road. When the north side of Barrows Road was included in the subdivisions and stuff and maintenance of stuff, everybody should have had to put in the hat. But yet Mr. Sullivan was excluded from all that. I don't know how that got away from us. When the current cement irrigation was put in, access to lots 11, 12, and 13 of Western Hills was very restricted, not able to drive any vehicles to these lots, i.e. cement box in the way. Also, the terrain of the land restricts access to 11, 12, lots 11 and 12 to foot if road is in its legal place. So the owner of 11 of lots 12 and 13 has no access to his property. Absolutely none. Unless you go across private property. Because of a ditch, unless you can drive a pickup or whatever you want down a 12-foot embankment. And it's a pretty steep embankment, I'll tell you that right now. Everyone for the last fair thought the road was in its legal location. The list includes all the utility companies, gas, water, metering pit were located in the center of the road. All the previous owners, me included, Norman, who installed the cement structure long before I purchased the lots. All the people that use this area to walk dogs daily for the last 15 years. The water master used it to access the hay gates. There were no red flags telling anyone Barrows Road was in its wrong place. Absolutely not. We as subdivision have talked and agreed that HOA would, and this is what I stated for about 3 meetings ago here. I've been to all of them. I'm the resident current senior person of the whole subdivision, so I know what's going on through the whole years, the history of it, and you need to know the whole history of it to get to where we are today. We opened up Pandora's box and we're going to deal with it now. I mean, you guys are going to have to deal with it, I guess. We had sit and talked and agreed that HOA would be a benefit to the road conditions, Barrows Road. We are trying to arrange a meeting with all those involved. It's left off to develop bylaws, had meetings for a common goal. But I'm going to get to that in a minute at my next page here, okay? Tyler and I have spent the last 20 years clearing debris, sagebrush from Barrows Roads and current location and improving, leveling and blading, smoothing out. It was just a place for everyone to dump trash as they were doing. We were the only ones to take the time to make these improvements. The whole process has gotten more complicated as a researcher. Thank you. Sorry. Bear with me. The tenants of Western Hills had no interest in forming a HOA for the maintenance of Barrows Road. The general consensus of the road was good and travelable condition before the addition of Sullivan subdivision. The developer of Sullivan subdivision, who profited $450,000, the price listed as part of the MLS, which you guys are all familiar with the MLS of realtors, okay? From the development of this subdivision has not had to repair or pay Barrows Road. We asked, why did this not happen? No restriction, no repair, no variance, no paved road. Instead, they passed this on to the new landowners who were very pissed off at this time. The one landowner for the shop house, I would be very concerned about the septic system of Mr. Mendoza up there because his house is the height of the bottom of his septic system up there. So there's going to be a septic system running right into his backyard. He should be here confronting this, but I'm just bringing this to your attention. I've lived there long enough. I know where all this water runs. It seeps out of that canal. You drive along the Franny Canal there. Any of you, and I'm sure Mr. Stewart, as sheriff, he's followed some of them. There are ditches along the thing to deal with the waste, the runoff or the seepage of the canal. This is going to be a problem, but I'm just giving you some heads up here a little, okay? Now you tell us the developer of Mendoza want us to make a shitload of money and only have to pay 2 parts of half the cost of the repair. And the other half of the subdivision owners, none. How do the rest of us recoup the costs of the road repair when we have built and maintained the road for the last 45 years, brought gas, water, electricity, paid for by Tyler Hansen, $10,000 to bring that electrical pole right to Mr. Mendoza's lot, and he don't have to pay a dime. I would be pissed too. And we did not destroy the road in the last years, but you ask us to pay for the maintenance that the road that they destroyed. The school bus does not legally have to go up the Barrows Road. The poor condition of the road causes by the construction of houses in subdivision in the last years is the reason why they are choosing not to go up Barrows Road anymore. I myself, when Tyler moved in there, he's got little kids. I went to the school board and said, and as you've been told, they cannot go up county roads without a you would know this. I got permission. They can go out there. We've got a nice turnaround place. So these kids, kindergarten stuff, did not have to go down in 15 below weather to walk a half a mile. That's wrong. But now we're going to get that taken away. That's okay. We can live with that. I stopped and asked the fire chief if there was any specs or requirements for a turnaround at the end of the Barrows Road for this fire. He said there was none. There's absolutely none that we have to have that turnaround at the end. Therefore, we see no need for a turnabout at the end of the Barrows Road. Also, the owners of lot 12 and 13 in Western has no interest in any access off Barrows Road. His access can be done through lane 8. Also, lot can also have access lane if needed. There is a private road back to all 3 lots. Well, you're looking at the guy that owns all 3 of them lots and the lot on lane 8 that could give access to it. Because what are we going to do? You guys have taken all of our access away. I should probably come to you guys and ask rebate on my property taxes since I haven't had access to it for the last 25 years. The only access that I had is through the end of Barrows Road there, which now is going to be taken away from us. That's fine. I can deal with that. The major part of Western Hill subdivision owners choose not to repair the road. I talked to them all. In fact, 80% of the landowners are sitting in this room here. And we are the major stockholders and we can make most of the decisions. Me, I have two lots. Tyler has one. Brian Cunningham has two. And then Travis Kovach, we talked to him. He has one. That is the major part of Western Hills Central. So we can all make them. We don't even have to talk to the rest of them, but we did go talk to the rest of them to see what their thoughts were. And pretty much they said, and I'm not going to repeat their words, go to hell. And they bet it a little bit more colorful language, as you know. Also, we talked to two of the tenants of Sullivan Center. They also have no interest in repairing the road and choose to leave it in its current. They also feel that the developer should have had done this before they. Cody brought up that there is an agreement that Western Hills subdivision has to pay for maintenance of the road and such. You're standing there going, here, fix the road for me. Here, fix the road for me. You think that's going to fly with anybody? I don't think it'd fly with you guys. And then we've been also told that Sullivan is going to make more of a, besides the subdivision that's there, he's going to go north of there and put more lots on top of the hill. This is just destroying our road. We've dealt with this for 45 years, and all of a sudden all this comes up. I don't know what else to tell you guys. Both subdivisions feel the board needs to explain why and how the developer, Mr. Stone, got away with not spending a dime to improve anything on Barrows Road. And I think as taxpayers, we deserve that answer.
I'm not sure we can answer it because we.
I understand. I'm just, it's a statement, okay?
Yep.
And yes, enjoy. You're not. And everybody, all your employees have been great. They've helped me with the information. I'm probably one of the few people in this room that understands it all. Cody understands a lot of it, but he don't understand it from our side of the view. Cody's been great to deal with. He's no problem with him. Everybody's been great, but people are pissed about this, and Pandora's box has been opened. We have to deal with the end of this road. And
Can I
I
ask
don't know the correct answer.
Need to ask you one question.
Yes,
Being
yes,
last name with Hanson. Is it your house that is in the right of way?
No,
The platted right of way?
my son's,
Okay,
and I hope he's gonna come up here and
okay,
talk to
Okay.
him. I own the next two lots west of Tyler's house.
Okay.
And then I own my house is on lane 8, which Scott probably knows where it's at.
Okay.
Right. So, it's really, really complicated. Now, we have talked to some construction companies that do dirt work. And in due time, but if Mr. Mendoza puts that fence there, like he said, we will not be able to get a truck back there to get anything back there to fill in dirt. Done deal. This has got to be addressed before this subdivision goes in. And I, like I said, I question some other things on it. So
thank you,
any more questions, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you much. Have a nice day.
thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, sir, you come forward. Identify yourself for the record, please.
Tyler Hanson.
Okay.
I think pretty much. I think everything's been covered pretty much already, but like we said, we talked to Cody Schatz about it. There's never been any reason to say no. We're still willing to work with them. Yes, my house is in the right of way. There's a mistake that was made back in 2013, 14 when I bought the property. I had a certain amount of money that I borrowed from the bank to bring power in, bring gas all the way up the road to where I was at my house. Get the foundation, buy the house and everything. And I only wanted to do this amount of money. I didn't have the money for a survey. The previous owner, my father thought that's where it was. The owner of Wood Sullivan across the road came over, shook my hand, never said, hey, this road's supposed to kick here. Your property line's back here. the easement's back here. Nothing was ever said because Barrows Road's been there for 45 years. So yes, it was a mistake made on my part for not having it surveyed.
I just wondered how that came about.
That's why I'm speaking. There was no one that said, no, the road's supposed to be here. It's here now, but it's supposed to originally be here. So there was no doubt in my mind whatsoever that I'm building in the right of way. State made. Like I said, I don't know what we gotta do to remedy it, whether we gotta do amended plat. I don't know what to do at this point. So.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak today? Any other public comments on this preliminary plat?
Madam Chair, make a motion to close public hearing. Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. This one is unusual. Kind of a nightmare. Sounds like multiple things went wrong over multiple years and none of it was actually caught or corrected. And now we're in kind of a bad spot for everybody. And I don't know what the correct path forward is going to be. I think cleaning up where the road location is important due to records and future sales of any when issues in that subdivision. But Mendoza is not part of the subdivision, so he's not one that can amend the plat, to my understanding. Like the rules with planning and zoning, it would have to be someone that lives in the subdivision itself to at least fix that end. And I'm not sure about the process of just getting that portion of the road platted correctly where it exists. But I think that'd be one place that things do need to happen in order to correct the record, at least that much.
Sure.
Yes,
We're not gonna make. We're gonna have some major steps.
probably not.
Going back to the discussion about the road improvements and the agreement on road improvements agreement. How is that basically enforced by the county? Or is there a way for us to enforce it? And is that basically just a civil issue?
My understanding is that's a civil issue. It's in their deeds, their paperwork on their ownership. If it was, a platted subdivision that we had particular things on it, then that might happen. We'd have it written on the plat, but in this case, no, it's part of their approval. And we don't know what the commissioners at that time were thinking or.
On that before.
Before Commissioner Livingston.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Eons.
I don't see anything on here that would have us disagreeing with the plan. So, we requested for maybe assessment of the nine. There's just too many more questions and too many more items that need to come up with moving. And then they're flat. So, yeah, it's a mess.
I guess I would ask, because some of the landowners are in the room. This is what's in front of us today with this preliminary hearing, but I guess I'm wondering is there a possibility that you would be willing to amend the plat to correct at least the location of the road for future issues? I'm speaking to you all, I mean, especially your son who has the house that's in the right of way. So. Understood. Understood. Right. And I don't know if it affects how far it goes back, if it affects the landowners to the,
They don't take, know, the property. But. There's no other road. There's no other plan. You can either take the village property. Or and you have to have all the way that signs that that's what the property that the classic next to. But one little landowner didn't sign, like it.
let me ask you this question. Does Mendoza's deed indicate that there was a right of way for a platted subdivision road on his deed? If that's the case, if it,
Where it comes from. And it's
okay,
very, very steep. All that with the bottom. Still doing some of that already. Back, that's the problem. Talk about this also. Future as we talk about. West Hampshire, top product. Soon they get like. Well, they, dirt. Back there, that'd be a place where. Maybe ask them money if they got any. Front load going back there and eventually. Honey, here, like this. Pretty voluntary. Back up. It's, I just thought that's all. I don't know the answer either, but it's one problem. After to answer your question, when the family exempt process was created, it shows it's all
to it, just up against it.
up against.
And that's where the turnaround was supposed to be.
Yeah, so the most beautiful part of this that the donors see is that the Hansons will build that turnaround. You'll bring on that easement, go through there. If you're doing a minute plat, it's gonna be expensive, but then the building's gonna have to sell them land. To make that a minute plat, have enough land. And that was the.
Understand that. I just hate to have incorrect records continue to be available in the county when the title search is done or those things are done. When we know it's not correct. Yes, that's where I'm at. I'm not sure the best way to put it. Adding the easement would add the space needed. I agree with you there. I just don't know about leaving. I'm not sure about Mr. Henson's parcel if he were to ever sell it. And they look up a title commitment and they find a road right of way that goes through the corner of his house. I don't know how that's gonna work in the future for him either.
There is where the cul-de-sac is supposed to be back there. Clean that is. It's really hard to keep.
Understood.
It's a dog.
Right.
And like I said, it's gonna take, you just walk by all this. So this week, like I said, if people want to, think, grab it and also. You know, we're trying, and. Turnaround back there, a little bit more road. I don't know. I'm sorry, please hear this, that we'd be willing to do the easement with the subdivision, but if the subdivision is denied.
Mr. McDonald?
Nothing really has been brought up is.
And if there is the option of vacating a portion of it to protect the house, utilities. Separate. That is something probably should be on the table for that process, but it's something. You know, without having. Initiate the process. Wire, that's an option.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I would recommend that we look into a few more of these possibilities, not make a decision today. We don't have to make a decision today. And I think there's a lot of unanswered questions. I think it's Ben just brought up, there's a potential solution to part of it. And I think those need to be explored further and then we can make a decision. We have closed the public hearing.
I have not closed.
We have not closed the public hearing. We did.
I did?
Yeah, we did.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Madam Chair,
got it.
We can reopen it. if we-
I would agree with Mr. Livingston. There's just too much. We're talking we're protecting a public right of way. And it's messed up to say the minimum. I think that we need to table this until we can get some of this resolved.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we reopen the public hearing to an undetermined date. Now, do we have to have a determined date?
You do.
Molly?
That last, well, kind of time are we talking for a little bit more research, Ben? Looking at the vacate options. I think Brian, you're aware of what they're talking about with the land situation out there. Is a month enough or you want 2 months? So that end of August, yeah, August 27th. So
That's
it's up to
perfect.
you. Hey, you may not be here.
Yeah.
September 3rd.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion, we reopen the public hearing to be continued on September 3rd, 2024. Second,
At,
9:35.
Second,
okay, we have a motion and a second to reopen the public hearing and then continue the public hearing until September 3rd at 9:35 a.m. Any discussion on the motion?
yes, Madam Chair. I guess the question would be, what information and who's going to bring it back?
Um, Yeah.
Engineer's office on vacation. Potential vacation.
Season.
Just a question.
Understood.
What would you like to see?
And it might be wise to visit with the county attorney as well
Yeah.
about what process
What
would be.
process would be the best?
Yeah.
we can do that too. We can visit with the county attorney and see which direction we should go, and then maybe we'll come back to our staff and maybe you, Cody, to look at options that would fit what he believes is in the best interest of Park County and everyone involved. Does that work? Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. So we will continue until September 3rd at 9:35 and hopefully we'll know more. Yes, sir.
It's okay, I think it's just.
Oh, absolutely.
And all decision making.
I think the conversations that we have will kind of include all the landowners. We're gonna have to. Okay. All right. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Sounds like it already is.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, we've kind of used up our break, but if you want to take your break, you got about 4 minutes. Anyway, but the next one is not a public hearing. Okay, do you need coffee or?
Well. She asked if I need coffee. I said, no, I need whiskey.
No, you got time. Okay.
Search and rescue was, during the search and rescue was going through the process about getting a medical response and getting narcotics on in the hall. So we had to get a ball, and we had 4 doctors that had the code to get in the ball. And so they could take narcotics and stuff. Well, of course, it was during COVID, so they have this medical committee that we do everything on Zoom. And it was like, it was about 7 o'clock at night. So we're doing this, these Zoom meetings and, Dr. Dillon, we were all the doctors on there and stuff, and we were doing these, he was always eating during the thing. So I got this Jack Daniels bottle and I dumped it out, put iced tea in there, and I put it off to the side with a straw and.
He is actually fishing in
Fishing
Alaska
Alaska.
at his cabin.
I would Barney back officially with the state. I was just. Where's his cabin?
It's on the Kenai, down that way, just above.
I got something. in the state.
Cool.
Nice area.
They're on their feet, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Back to 17.
Oh, well.
There you go.
Yeah, go in the summer though.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I go away.
We were sitting in this meeting and Dr. Bill and Dr. Elise and Lowe and all these people, they were talking and Dylan's eating and I reached over right in the middle of it and I grabbed that tack end and he put it back and everything just froze.
Nice.
Dylan's asking me. Yeah, listen to you doctors and that happened.
I attended one of those game and fish commission Zoom meetings. It happened in the evening and I set my Pendleton
Oh.
over on there in the corner.
Never heard anything from David Fisher before.
No, I gotta rattle with Westby's page again. What's that? Okay.
So. No, I'm just on time, 9:45. Jenny Crane, Park County Planning and Zoning, Quiet Grove, minor subdivision 76, final plats.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Taylor and Mariah Hubble submitted a final plat application on February 28th, 2024 to request approval of the final plat of Quiet Grove MS 76, a 4-lot subdivision consisting of 2 5.02 acre lots, 1 5.01 acre lot, and 1 4.88 acre lot, each for residential or ag use. They're also requesting approval of a subdivision improvements agreement. The county attorney's office has approved the subdivision improvements agreement as to form. Ownership has been affirmed. The subdivision is a minor subdivision in a GRP zoning district, and lot sizes proposed are consistent with the GRP zoning district. The parcel is an approximately 97.88 acre parcel located approximately 3 miles southeast of Powell, 1 mile north of Highway 295 on the south side of County Lane 11.5. It's currently vacant irrigated cropland and relatively flat. Neighboring land uses are a combination of ag, residential, and residential vacant. Eastham SS 67 borders the parcel on the north boundary line, and Gillette Simple Sub borders the parcel at the southwest corner. It is not located within 1 mile of a municipality, so no review is required there. Relevant agencies were notified. The following responses were received after the sketch plan review by the board. Montana Dakota Utilities Company stated the existing gas main is approximately 75 feet away from lot 1. MDU will extend the gas main when service is requested. Willwood Irrigation District stated they have previewed and approved the water distribution plan. Park County Treasurer confirmed that property taxes have been paid. No public comments have been received. You reviewed and approved the sketch plan on February 6, 2024 with conditions. The applicants have provided sufficient easements and identified them on the final plat as required. Construction of a legal perimeter fence has been addressed in the subdivision improvements agreement. The plat review committee reviewed the initial submission of the final plat. On June 20th, minor changes and corrections were identified and a revised final plat was submitted to us on June 24th. Applicable final plat specifications have been met and the required subdivision improvements agreement requires your approval. Planning and Zoning Department recommends approval of the final plat of Quiet Grove MS-76 as well as the subdivision improvements agreement with the following conditions. Number 1, the applicants shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Number two, the applicant shall record the approved subdivision improvements agreement in the office of the clerk and recorder prior to initiating the required improvements. Number three, the applicant shall complete the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement timely and provide evidence of completion of all improvements to the planning and zoning department. Number four, after the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement have been met and the applicant has been notified of such by the planning and zoning director, the applicant shall provide the final Mylar plat to the planning and zoning department to be reviewed and signed by the chairman of the board of county commissioners. Number five, prior to recording the final plat, the applicant shall provide an approved water distribution plan together with confirmation from Willwood Irrigation District that a water association has been formed and a water master has been appointed to the planning and zoning department. Number six, once conditions 2 through 5 have been met, the applicant in the presence of a member of the planning and zoning department staff shall record all required final plat submissions in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And number seven, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 18-5-36. Any questions?
Just a quick question. It shows those as staff recommendations. Those are also, those went through planning and zoning. I mean, those are the same types of things that they
Yes,
listed. Okay, thank you.
yes.
Thank you.
Oh,
That's okay.
yeah.
It's just
but it
worded a
should have
little-
been the board of county, well, because you were the last stop before this. Yes.
All right. This is not a public hearing, so it's being
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
the SIA.
Yes.
Okay.
With conditions as presented.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Been moved and seconded to approve the SIA agreement for Quiet Road minor subdivision number 76 final plat. Any further discussion on that motion? Yes, that's true. Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay.
So moved. To approve the Park Road.
Final plat.
Final plat with conditions. Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the final plat of Quiet Road minor subdivision 76 with conditions. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thanks. You bet. Thanks. Break for a couple minutes. Yes. Yes, thank you. Yeah,
It's a section.
it just has.
This is just.
How we use this on.
I wrote it.
Joyce said you guys were changing some of your stuff too.
Yeah.
So that's what I wasn't sure of. Not a problem. I just wanted to clarify that they were aware of these recommendations.
Sketch plan or something. Yes, they have them.
I don't know for sure. I'm just used to seeing planning and zoning recommendation,
Right.
you know, so and when I got down there, it was like. Okay, that's why I asked it the way I did, was limitation.
Yeah.
They were aware.
Sydney. But I've had a lot of Pennsylvania. You know, what's. Yeah. That's what I told several people though, when they keep talking about they, you know, knew they. Sit with them, they wouldn't have tested. What blows me away about that is they thought that play was, you know, I knew them. 60 yards. That's a chip shot.
And they showed on the news this morning, they talked to the officer that actually crawled up the ladder because somebody told him that guy was up there. And he looked over the edge of the roof and the guy pointed the rifle at him and he ducked back down 30 minutes.
Drag is one, so there's this two states. It's too sloped and it's a sea.
Yep, they've got the guy in the peak roof.
Yeah.
There's a few weird things.
Whoa.
They knew. There's two witnesses we interviewed that said they actually called it. They're not using it.
There's gonna be a lot of them. Whoa. What disgusts me is these people. It's too bad we did.
No.
So, it's like, how can you think that's it? We would get civil war back.
You know who, you guys probably all, y'all know who Cody Johnson is?
Who?
Cody Johnson, the singer,
Mm.
country western singer.
Yeah.
He had a concert Saturday night right after this all happened. And he did an amazing opening with the United States and your right to vote. And there's Democrats and Republicans both in this audience. And I really don't think you can vote for it, but you have the right to do it. And we need to stop this.
Yeah.
And I mean, he just came unquote.
You know, I give the DNC credit though, because right after that, they took all that stuff off the school buses. Had like 50 some buses and the RNC was having a convention. And they took all the graphics off. It was anti-Trump.
It's good. It's interesting to listen to it all. And you don't know how much is.
You're right. Chip shot.
I mean. When they talk about trying to secure a perimeter, I mean, really a perimeter should be half mile and that's doable.
Well, you should have seen what we did for up at Bobcat when Jamie was here. We were down, we had Secret Service down. It was kind of funny. There was this inner city kid who was Secret Service agent, was a young guy. So when we did this, all the site survey out there and stuff, they picked up this 2-track. They'd come in for miles down the river, up the river, whatever. So they were actually gonna put a guy on that a half mile down. So in case we come up that 2-track. And they come back to me later, senior desk, hey, can you give us like a couple of yards of parachute for it? I said, yeah, sure. We're keeping all the Secret Service vehicles in the search rescue. So here's some parachute cord. You go, what's this for? You go, we don't have Abe's name was, he's definitely afraid of bears. Inner city kid, go up against gangbangers all day. So they hooked a piece of parachute cord to a big old piece of sagebrush. They would stick it back and wiggle it. I was like, you really want a chance of some gunfire?
Yeah. Good way to get.
But it's amazing what they did on that. They even put a counter guy up on the ridge. Back behind the ranch, head up to kind of up in there.
Was that when Al said, yeah, and he said that, he said, you notice that helicopter out there? He said, he made some comments about, Dick Cheney's health. He said, anything happens to Dick Cheney, he said, President Bush would be, George Bush would become president. Something like that, in his,
Well, they had the helicopter because he was having heart issues.
yeah, that's what Alan
So
played it into.
They took the Black Hawk up there in case he had to fly.
He said if anything happens to Dick, he said George Bush would be president.
Well, then I'd taken these guys out, Secret Service shooting my 500 line ball. And so when we were up there at the event, the senior Secret Service guy comes up with one of the guys that are taking out shooting. He goes, "You got this big cannon I keep hearing about, this pistol is 500 line ball?" And I go, "Yeah." He goes, "You have it with you?" I think, do I answer that?
Yeah.
Then he goes, I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Can I see it?" I'm like, "Sure." My car's like 50 yards from where the podium is. And the guy pulls it out, checks it, unloading. He's like, "That's pretty cool." I'm like, "Ooh." Was it really good?
Oh, man.
Well, what's Al now? 82?
Al is 90.
92.
So I was
Yeah, he's
92.
92.
22. Is that Dawson?
Oh my goodness. Wow.
The one part about
Okay.
it. Sure.
Yep.
Mhm.
All right.
Not done. So. Any Kramer, everybody enjoys. JL Sessions, simple subdivision 319, final plat.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Lynn and Jim Sessions, the applicants on behalf of the owner NBTCO submitted a final plat application requesting approval of the final plat of JL Sessions SS 319 to create 16.93 acre lot and 16.94 acre lot for residential use from an existing 33.87 acre parcel. It's located, or it's classified as a simple subdivision. It is located approximately 2 miles east of Powell, north of County Lane 8.5, and east of County Road 6. The property has no address. Neighboring land uses are ag, residential, and residential vacant land. The property is not located within 1 mile of a municipality. No reviews required there. The proposed lots are undeveloped and used primarily for ag purposes. The topography is showing little change in elevation. It's in a GRP zoning district and the lot sizes are consistent with that zoning district. Notice of intent to subdivide was published as required. Relevant agencies were notified and responded as follows. MDU stated they have service lines on the west side of Road 6 and the north side of Lane 8.5, and they can provide service to the proposed lots. USPS can deliver mail to the subdivision. TCT has the availability and capacity to provide service. Park County Public Works commented that the lots appear to have legal access and they have no concerns with the filing of the final plat. Game and Fish Department stated they see no issues regarding big game or terrestrial wildlife concerns. Park County School District 1 can provide bus service to the subdivision. The Conservation District identified 3 primary soil types. They're considered not limited for dwellings, varied from prime farmland if irrigated to not prime farmland, and are considered somewhat limited to very limited regarding septic tank absorption fields due to slow water movement. DEQ provided their standard response regarding construction activities that require DEQ permits. Park County Treasurer confirmed property taxes are paid. Park County Weed and Pest conducted an initial inspection and found noxious weeds as a result of long-term noxious weed management plan is required. Shoshone Irrigation District has approved the water distribution plan. Rocky Mountain Power has the capacity to serve the proposed subdivision. Park County Fire District 1 stated they can provide fire protection, provided accesses are constructed to accommodate fire equipment. No public comments have been received. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the subdivision with conditions on March 13th. The applicant provided subsurface evaluation data to the Planning and Zoning Department. It was conducted during the off-season for irrigation, and the subdivision is in an area that is flood irrigated. The small wastewater administrator recommends the applicant be required to place a note regarding potential for engineered systems. On the final plat, shared driveway maintenance between lot 1 and lot 2 has been stated on the final plat and is included in the notarized disclosure statement. The applicant has provided an affidavit stating that a legal fence exists around the perimeter of the proposed subdivision. The plat review committee reviewed the final plat and a corrected plat was submitted. Applicable final plat specifications have been met and the applicant has submitted supporting documents as required. A subdivision improvements agreement is not required since no applicable improvements are proposed or incomplete. The Planning and Zoning Department staff recommends approval of the final plat of jail sessions SS-319 with the following conditions. Number 1, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easements shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Condition number 2 has been met. We provided that yesterday. So condition number 2 should read the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. High groundwater may be present and engineered systems may be required. And number 3, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 18-5-6. Thank you. If you have any questions, we're available.
Commissioners?
Madam Chair, move to approve the quiet roll.
Jail sessions.
Jail sessions, simple subdivision with the 3 staff recommendations.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the jail sessions. Full sub 319. With the, yeah, three listed conditions at this time, correct, Tim?
Correct.
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Keep going.
Let me see the next one. Are you expecting anybody else for half star? Anybody else?
Nick
No, no,
decided
it's-
not to show up to the meeting. He last time showed up and we were all done, so no worries there, I don't.
Okay, all right. Then move on.
Okay, so this is the Half Star MS-82 final plat and SAA. Triple KV Ranch LLC on behalf of Cody Eastham submitted a final plat application and request approval of the final plat of Half Star MS-82, a 1-lot subdivision consisting of 1 15.16 acre lot for residential use and an approximately 77.17 acre exempt remainder parcel. The applicant is also requesting approval of the subdivision improvements agreement. The county attorney's office approved as to form the subdivision improvements agreement. The subdivision is classified as a minor subdivision. It is an approximately 92.33 acre tract and located approximately 3.5 miles southeast of Powell, south of lane 11.5 and west of road 5. It's in a GRP zoning district and the lot size is consistent with the GRP zoning district. The lot is currently vacant, irrigated cropland and is relatively flat. Neighboring land uses are ag and residential and several simple subdivisions are located nearby. It is not located within 1 mile of the municipality, therefore municipal reviews are required. Relevant agencies were notified and the following response was received after the Board of County Commissioners reviewed and approved the sketch plan. Willwood Irrigation District said that water will come from L70-11 and not L70-12 as shown on the preliminary drawing. They also stated the water distribution plan has been approved and requested a revised map for review. At their monthly board meeting on 7/11, Willwood Irrigation District asked for an additional easement for future owners to install the pipeline if needed, which is included in the revised water distribution plan. No public comments have been received. The board reviewed and approved the sketch plan on May 21st with conditions. The applicants have provided sufficient easements and identified them on the final plat as required. The applicant has provided an approved long-term noxious weed management plan to the planning and zoning department. Construction of a legal perimeter fence has been addressed in the subdivision improvements agreement. However, the applicant requests the board's approval to proceed without fencing the entire perimeter of the subdivision. And hopefully you received his request, that kind of outlines the current situation. The plat review committee reviewed the initial subdivision of the final plat. Minor changes and corrections were identified and a revised final plat was submitted. Applicable final plat specifications have been met and the applicant has submitted supporting documents as required. The required subdivision improvements agreement requires board approval. So it will require you making a decision on the fence. If the fencing is determined to not be required, then that will change up, that the subdivision improvements agreement will not be required at that time. I'll go ahead and read our recommendation and conditions as if we're moving forward, and we can adjust that if we deem it necessary. So the planning and zoning department staff recommends approval of the final plat of FSTAR MS-82, as well as the subdivision improvements agreement with following conditions. Number one, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. Width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Number two, the applicant shall record the approved subdivision improvements agreement in the office of the clerk and recorder prior to initiating and completing the required improvements. Number three, the applicant shall complete the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement timely and provide evidence of completion of all improvements to the planning and zoning department. Number four, after the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement have been met and the applicant has been notified of such by the planning and zoning director, the applicant shall provide the final Mylar plat to the planning and zoning department to be reviewed and signed by the chairman of the board of the county commissioners. Number five, prior to recording the final plat, the applicant shall provide an approved water distribution plan from the Willwood Irrigation District to the planning and zoning department. Number six, once conditions 2 through 5 have been met, the applicant in the presence of a member of the planning and zoning department staff shall record all required final plat submissions in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And number seven, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards and the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 18-5-306.
You made it. I guess before we would go ahead with SIA, we need to discuss the fence situation. And I think we've all looked at that map and we realized that two sides that people said there was no need. But that third side, the existing sheep fence, the sheep fence exists, is my understanding. And it's okay or working. But that landowner said he would not sign the affidavit for no fence required. Which I guess I understand if he runs livestock over there, he's gonna want to make sure that a fence stays there. The statute is written in such a goofy way that we're not sure how that's all supposed to be handled, whether it's variance or what decision we have, but I guess we can just move forward as we see fit.
Chair, the statute does say just fence. Doesn't say what kind of fence.
Legal fence.
Legal fence.
A legal fence. So is a sheep fence, a legal fence. So that's our. Oh, it's the statute. So I can see where we would need to get the permission if the fence is already there. We wouldn't have to do it away from.
Go ahead.
If I might, but the statute does state that a perimeter fence is required around the subdivision, so it wouldn't be around the perimeter, it's just on one side.
But he's already got it. And letters from the other property, saying fences needed. So that would be a forever, those fences needed.
I say we go with it and they can see you guys later.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Livingston. Yeah, I think the discussion has always been with the affidavits, you either had them all or none. I mean, if one decided not to, you fence the entire subdivision is the initial response that we had when that statute came out, and that's kind of how we've dealt with it so far. But this isn't a kind of a novel deal.
Yeah, but Madam Chair, that was assuming that there were no existing fences.
Right.
That when we went into that, we were assuming there were no existing fences. So if we got all the landowners say, well, they aren't required, then we're good.
Yep.
We've already got an existing fence. And I think we're fine with the affidavits from the others saying they don't need a fence. And leave the landowner that has the fence as is.
Madam Chair, just for the record, I want to read into 18.5.3.19 Wyoming State Statute. AI, a subdivider shall be responsible for construction of a perimeter fence on any part of the subdivision that adjacent lands on which livestock can legally run at large, unless a perimeter fence exists at that location for all adjacent landowners. Consent to the perimeter fence. And I think there's a lot of interpretation there. And my recommendation on this is that we proceed without the fence for the simple fact that there is the one landowner who isn't going to sign the consent waiver, whatever you want to say, won't do it, who's got the livestock and already has an existing fence. So, and if the others are okay with it, I'm okay with it.
Okay, so I think we would need a motion to address that so that we don't have to go into the SIA, is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
I think so, and I don't know, maybe, do you want me to kind of go over how I think the conditions will, which ones we can get rid of, maybe just to clear that up?
Okay.
We would still leave one, kind of our general, always there condition. Conditions 2 and 3 would be deleted. So. Let's see. And condition. The new condition 2 would read. The applicant shall provide the final Mylar plat to the Planning and Zoning Department to be reviewed and signed by the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners. And then number 3, prior to recording the final plat, the applicant shall provide an approved water distribution plan to the Planning and Zoning Department. Condition number 4 will be once conditions 2 and 3 have been met, the applicant in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff shall record all required final plat submissions in the office of the clerk and recorder. And number 5, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18.5306. And then I think the findings for the resolution would just be there would be a finding that a subdivision improvements agreement was found to not be necessary, that the commissioners feel the statute has been met. And yeah, just take out.
Did you have something?
Yeah. Adding that
Let's see.
the two number out.
Thank you. I guess would we, yeah, maybe add that as a condition.
You could add it to the one with the recording plat.
Yes, yes. Would be included. Yes. Mhm, thank
So
you.
you would still have 5 conditions.
Mhm.
Commissioners?
Madam Chair. Get the right one here. Absolutely, yeah. I recommend that we approve Half Star MS 82 final plat review. With
Conditions have been identified, so.
with the, but are we doing? Yeah, with the conditions recently.
Amended by the staff. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the half started minor subdivision to final plat review. With conditions. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Chair, that's an issue.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right,
Rolling right along.
yeah, one more. Are you expecting anybody for Boo? Okay.
All right, this is the final plat of Boer MS 80 and subdivision improvements agreement. Rudy and Carla Boer submitted a final plat application and request approval of the final plat for a 3-lot subdivision consisting of one 12.2 acre lot and one 12.26 acre lot and one 12.43 acre lot, each for residential use. They also request approval of the subdivision improvements agreement and subdivision bond. Both were approved as to form by the county attorney. Ownership has been affirmed. The subdivision is classified as a minor subdivision. It is in a GRP zoning district and the lot sizes are consistent with that zoning district. The parcel is located approximately 2 miles east of Powell, north of Lane 10 on the west side of Road 6. It is addressed as 960 Road 6 Powell. Proposed lot 1 is developed with a permitted residence. Accessory structures, a septic system and a domestic water well. Proposed lots 2 and 3 are vacant irrigated lands. The topography is relatively flat. Neighboring land uses are primarily ag and residential with some residential vacant lands nearby. 2-tree SS-290 borders the south line. A proposed lot 3 and Jensvold SS 259 is east of the proposed subdivision. USPS confirmed they can serve the subdivision and a mailbox placement will be determined once service is requested. Concerned neighboring property owners submitted a public comment regarding future visual nuisances such as mobile homes and junk accumulating on the lots if covenants are not proposed. Board of County Commissioners reviewed and approved the sketch plan on April 16th. The applicant has provided sufficient easements and identified them on the final plat. Shoshone Irrigation District has reviewed and approved a water distribution plan. The applicant has not yet provided an approved long-term noxious weed management plan. The plat review committee reviewed the initial submission of the final plat. Minor changes and corrections were identified and a revised final plat was submitted. Applicable final plat specifications have been met. The applicant submitted supporting documents as required, and the required subdivision improvements agreement and subdivision bond has been submitted and approved by the county attorney's office and requires your approval as well. The planning staff recommends approval of the final plat of Brewer MS 80, as well as the subdivision improvements agreement and performance bond with the following conditions. Number 1, the applicant shall ensure that all parties sign the subdivision bond accordingly. Number 2, the applicant shall timely submit a Mylar copy of the final plat to the Planning and Zoning Department to be signed by the chairman of the board. Number 3, upon meeting the above conditions, the applicants, in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff, shall record all required final plat submissions, including but not limited to the final plat, subdivision improvements agreement, and subdivision bond in the office of the county clerk and recorder. Number 4, upon timely completion of required improvements according to the terms of the Subdivision improvements agreement, the applicant shall one, provide a letter from each utility provider or special district indicating that the required improvements are installed in accordance with the approved plans for review and approval by the county engineer. Number two, provide evidence that all other required improvements, including installation of a lawful perimeter fence, are complete. Four, provide a commitment letter from a title company stating that the improvements are free of liens and encumbrances. And five, submit a letter to the planning and zoning director requesting complete release of the subdivision bond. Number five, prior to recording the final plat, the applicant shall provide an approved long-term noxious weed management plan to the planning and zoning department. And number six, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18-5-306. Any questions?
Thank you. Looking forward, we do have an estimated.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the SIA for the Brewer final plat or Brewer subdivision.
Would the bond be included in, I'm trying to remember now, is it three separate motions? Or just two when there's a bond?
I think the bond is
With
the
the-
form of the SIA.
Yeah.
Okay.
With the performance bond.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Okay.
Okay, a motion and second to approve the SIA for the Brewer minor subdivision number 8
With the inclusion of-
with the inclusion of the. Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Okay, none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, and the final plat.
Move to approve the staff recommendations, Madam Chair.
Moved and seconded to approve the final plat of the Brewer minor subdivision number 80. With the conditions. Any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Motion passes.
Bam.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks, Jenny.
Thank you.
Long-
Ready to get rid of
long morning.
us?
No more subdivisions.
Long morning. Okay,
Great.
okay, commissioners, we're down until 1:15.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun this afternoon.
Not exactly. Everybody's looking for Steve.
Oh,
Okay, it is 1:15, so I guess we will reconvene for lunch. The first thing on our agenda is the lodging tax resolution.
Madam Chairman, thank you for the time today to consider the resolution to approve proposition to continue to impose a 2% lodging tax in Park County. Said proposition be placed on the November 5th, 2024 election ballot, general election ballot. With me today is Jennifer Toma with the Cody Chamber of Commerce. She's been instrumental in getting the resolution around to the rest of the entities that need to sign off on this, which are the town of Meeteetse, cities of Powell and Cody. The statute says that 2/3 of the entities or 2/3 of the municipalities within the county plus the county commissioners need to sign off on this to be placed on the general election ballot. Couple of things about this. So the three entities or three municipalities have signed off on that. We have their signature pages. We're getting them as soon as they're delivered to our office. One thing about this, in the past, we've approved a 4% lodging tax. The legislature has changed the way that changed the way that the breakdown of the lodging tax is collected, or not collected, but broke out. So in the past, we've done 4%, and a portion of that went back to the state for their purposes, and a portion came back to Park County. Now that we're going to consider, if you approve said resolution today, we're going to consider a 2% lodging tax here. The total lodging tax would be 5% because 3% is imposed automatically by the state, and then our 2% is a local option. The 2% would stay here, and then the 3% is with the state, and they distribute it to. Thank you. So in the past, we've considered a 4% lodging tax. As far as I know, in my time here, it's never failed. Not sure if it's ever failed prior to my time in Park County. But the ballot would state, shall Park County, Wyoming renew for an additional 4 years the lodging tax of 2% upon accommodations or space for transient visitors or tourists for or against county lodging tax. I don't really have any more to report, Madam Chairman. I would stand for question to turn it over to Jennifer.
Madam Chair, Jennifer, in the past, we've had 4% lodging tax. And the state imposed the 5%. 3%, but then they 2% going back to the local. So when we're all done, said and done here, are we still going to be at 4% local, or are we going to be receiving 4% local? That's the question I have.
The percentage that we receive will be the same. So it'll be 4%. It's just that part of it is rolled into the state regulation of how to collect it instead of up for annual or every 4 year renewals for the county.
But if we so chose, we could run up to a 4% local for a total of a 9%.
No, there's a
And I think you need
maximum
to look
rate.
at that. Because not that we could, because I was down there when all this went down. You have a 5% state option 2% will go back to the counties. It was my understanding, if we wanted to, you could go up to a total of 4% on a county tax. Because we did for years, we had a 4% county lodging tax. Did they rescind 2% of that when they?
They moved 2% to the state level, so, it's my understanding that this is the maximum. we could do.
Not this, as long as we continue to get 4%. I'm good with it. Oh,
That's all we get.
Collect two, but the county gets four.
oh, we collect two, but we
So
get
they
more.
do send them.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
getting at.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Is we used to, that was part of it, was we didn't want to lose the fact that we got 4%.
So the state collects three. Two comes back here out of their three, one goes to Division of Tourism. And then our 2% is a 2% option.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
if this went down in the election, then there would still be a 3% lodging tax imposed here in Park County. And only 2% would be come back. to Park County.
They're taxing my damn tents and my
Tents.
cots and my hunting cage.
Madam Chairman, that is none of my concern.
So, Madam Chair, so we do send them the full 5% and then maybe the 2 lot of the expenses back to us. We don't get to keep 2% of that.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Mangle, that is.
Probably an easier bookkeeping for our treasurer to
Yeah.
receive what the state sends instead of us trying to pay attention to what's supposed to be being collected.
Probably about $3 on this. Yeah.
I'm not gonna sit in between you guys here.
Yeah, I'll pass it off.
Are there any other questions? None. Resolution that's as it's been proposed?
Madam Chair, I propose, go along with the logic that resolution as presented. And authorize the signature.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the resolution for the lodging tax as presented and for signature. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Motion
I did.
passes. Resolution 2024 44. Okay. I'm gonna put the 44 in up here. So yes,
Madam Chairman, thank you. Commissioners, thank you.
thank you. And it goes to the.
Just so you know,
goes to
hands
the
I was
voters.
second, I was just faced.
Okay.
Well, they do.
7%. Nine. Well, you pay lodging tax at 5% and
Sales tax for it.
Well, they were coming in.
So they charge a resort tax for his background.
no, a resort tax is a local tax that is put on by a resort district. Yeah. I think that's the only way you can have a resort tax, is it has to be a special district.
Next thing on our agenda is an executive session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we move into executive session.
Second.
They moved and seconded to go into executive session. Further discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you, and Molly will take care of taking Um, It's up to 2 o'clock. The last agenda item today is Williams' consideration of penalties. Where we met last September discussing some penalties. Uses that did not obtain permits for uses. And we did not make a decision at that time. They determined that we needed to visit with our legal counsel. Maybe both legal counsels talked about him for a while. And that's been about 9 months, and there has been some correspondence back and forth. But this is where we are today to make a decision of what's what we.
Well, Madam Chair, I'll jump in. It's, again, it came to our attention that the Williams were having unpermitted uses on their property. There've been just a lot of discussion back and forth. Obviously, they contend that they don't need permits for them. But the PUD that they operate under clearly states that they need, it says right here, prior to, I guess I should put my glasses on. Prior to the construction or placement of any building structures or other improvements, the grading or excavation or the use of any portion of the property, the owner, developer, builder shall obtain written approval and all permits required by any other local, state, or federal agencies with jurisdiction over the property. And that's in that 1995 PUD that they're operating under. And they failed to get those permits. They breached the PUD and also are in violation of our 2015 regulations. I think it's pretty apparent that when they had the concerts out there that they were in violation, and they came in asking if they should get permits, and were advised they should get permits and then chose not to do so. I think it's, my opinion, they're clearly in violation. I would concur.
So is there a motion or a decision on what you want to do as far as any penalties at this point?
No, I'll make a motion that we recommend a penalty of $750 per concert that was held without obtaining proper permits.
Which is what we're considering 3.
I think there was 3. I don't know, Joy, if you have any information, I believe they, again, it's been so long, but I believe they held 3 actual events out there. But yeah, it's my understanding that there were 3, and so that's gonna be that's my motion. I'll second.
I have a motion and a second, to, what I'm trying to say, put in, penalties of $750 per concert that was held without permits. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that will be forwarded on to, the court system. We don't make the final decision, we just make a recommendation. My understanding correct? Okay. Yes. Yes. And it would be 2445. Failure to get the permits, knowing that they needed to do so and having breached the PUD. And are in violation of the 2015 DSR. Okay, agenda wise,
That's it.
I think we're done.
Move to adjourn, Madam Chair. Second.
Motion a second to adjourn. All those in favor,
Aye.
opposed? Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get in.